All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are at the moment lacking Susan. She may be joining us later this afternoon. And also Sunita and Justice. Neither Sunita nor Justice are able to make it today. And welcome back. Kirsty, do you have a preference on, I think we're each up for one article, it looks like, to start the day off.
Yeah, sure, well, you can go first.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Team, can you all make sure you have your chat open?
Thank you.
Need two more over here, Kirsty. I'm babysitting you. That's what she said.
All right. So I'm not gonna read it to you, but it is an all-new article that we wanted to bring forward, something that is very important to our members and to us, is the reality of safety in the workplace. I think we've learned a lot in the last 5 years about how the definition of safety at work kind of can change very dramatically and very egregiously depending on state of the world. So we also left it blank, just in the idea for article number. We weren't gonna make that decision. That was a conversation we would have on where it would fit in to the contracts. But as you go through, I'll read the first section and then we'll just kind of go over which the points are and see if you guys have questions. So the district and OSEA mutually agree to promote a safe and healthy work environment. School districts have a duty to protect and safeguard students and educators. The district will comply with all workplace and safety requirements of state and federal law and regulations. Employees with concerns about health or safety should present these concerns to the employee supervisor or to the site safety committee to discuss and identify solutions, which include but are not limited to additional staff training, additional staff support or resources, and the identification of a safe place to appropriately support students with disruptive behavior. B is working conditions. Again, I don't want to read the whole thing to you, so I'm just going to go over bullet points. C is some language around our safety committees and the representation of how many employees or how classified employees get asked to join the safety committee. D is safety violations. E is about employees who are assigned healthcare nursing tasks and providing training. So in the idea of recognizing that a lot of our office staff, campus monitors, campus supervisors are tasked with maybe monitoring, say for example, a student's insulin pump and being required to check in on those, making sure that people feel thoroughly trained and ready to be able to support that student, whether they are healthy and safe or in the time of emergency or incident. F, the district will reimburse, just kind of calling out the reality of if somebody's exposed, taken care of, which is something we know is part of the workers' comp laws and regulations, but we wanted to just call it out there as part of the safety article. G, an after-hour safety plan will be developed and implemented in each building by the principal or supervisor with the input of employees on swing or night shift and accessible to building monitors. I think so often we're comfortable with the reality that there's an emergency, contact the supervisor or the admin. They're not always available, and in the evenings they're rarely ever there. So making sure that our nighttime crews who are working those swing shifts still feel like they are safe and know who to contact for an emergency in their buildings or what to do. I think also the reality of, when your coworkers has a medical emergency, how do we get them the support they need? Normally, again, I feel like we're so often like, oh, we'll just call, the OA4. OA4 is not usually there at 7 o'clock, at least I hope not. H, safety glasses. just making sure that we're using OSHA-approved safety glasses for all staff. L, first aid cards. J, property loss prevention. K, access to student records. Again, a lot of this is language that has come out in different House bills through special education, but wanted to call out just to make sure that all admin and supervisors are understanding that all classified staff that are supporting our students on 504s, IEPs, need to have regular access to those students' information, whether it be health information or behavioral data. L is training programs. Really drawing out the different kinds of trainings that we do within different positions and the access to them. And then the idea of making sure that staff, especially staff in specialized programs or in early care classrooms, have access to and time to read the IEPs, because it's one thing to know where the book is, another thing to have genuine time to read. And then drawing out that if someone doesn't start the year with our district, that they are still built in those times, just like we do with Vector, to still read those documents. I'll give you guys some time to finish reading in depth, and then I'll wait for questions.
Can I ask a question real quick? Just curious about in G, the after-hours safety plan, is sort of the thought with that is, it sounded like knowing who to contact and how to contact a person would be a big thing. Are there school-specific, like scenario-based needs that they would need to come up with a safety plan for? Or is there sort of like I guess what I'm wondering is one needed for each school? Or is that something where consistent across schools, the person would need to know, who do I contact when a medical thing happens or some other safety thing happens?
I think the reality is that there could be maybe a blanket document that is created for every building, but then I think every individual building knows what maybe there are off things that could happen. I would say, like, I would imagine our middle schools might have a little bit different with their after school programs, and depending maybe on the students that are attending those programs. Say if you have, 2 students in specialized programs that are epileptic but go to the after school club, and normally 9 times out of 10 days they're fine, but having that emergency protocol so whoever's in the building knows what it might look like. Say student has a grand mal seizure. So I think having the ability to have specific one-offs for the building, kind of having a specific, so maybe in a certain building it might need to be updated, but having kind of a uniform after hours, who to contact, what do we do for emergencies. I think custodial maintenance obviously have their, nighttime foreman or whoever they're supposed to contact, but the reality of our building monitors or people are working in a building and after hours, just when it's not a typical time, when you get an OA for the supervisor or admin aren't there, just making sure people have the correct resources. Or say a supervisor's not responding, who else do I call if there's a true emergency?
I had a question about section C under the safety committees. If you go to the top of the second page, it talks about if a building has a specialized classroom, the safety committee will have one classified employee representative from a specialized classroom. Does the district have the ability to assign somebody to that? Like, what if none of those folks wanted to be on the safety committee? Like, can we make somebody be on the safety committee?
The idea is that we are encouraging that the district's asking and letting people obviously have that choice to be on it. We recognize the reality that we don't ever want to force anybody, but I think we would also at that point be open to the idea of maybe the teacher is the one that's on the safety committee, that piece, or maybe it's the resource para too, that maybe someone who's not as tired because they're not in the resource in the sped classroom all the time, but recognize the realities. But this came from a lot of our specialized program paras that they really believed that this was necessary, and that they would be willing to be on it because they feel like a lot of our building specialized programs feel like they are the ones who would deal with the most workplace safety issues. So I feel like it would be very rare and surprising to me if there was really no one in a building that was willing to do this once every few weeks.
Yeah, just generally, I was just kind of wondering as I read through there, what do we do if we have insufficient people who are willing or volunteering to serve in that role? So, thank you.
I mean, we talked about it too, same as in a program that might have a high number of bus aides, where maybe every para is bus aiding, then we know where's their time for the safety committee. But I think then that's when you get creative or figure out in a building, kind of like what we always do, on finding maybe the teacher, like I said, on record could be the one, or maybe people take turns.
This is one I imagine as we dive into it, we'll have other questions come up. Tina, any other questions at this time?
No worries, we knew. No worries, we knew it'd be a big one, but also that's why I figured everyone would need time to digest it on their own. That's why I also was like, I don't need to read all 3.5 pages. But yeah, so if you guys can always look over it and we can come back for more questions later.
I don't think so. I might, like, as you said, just after absorbing it a little.
All right, thank you all for your thoughtfulness on this. We will spend some time dissecting it and get back to you if we have any additional questions.
One thing I do want to point out in first aid cards, we were mindful to make sure that we added in the piece of district approved first aid classes, just knowing that we have a lot of opportunities within the district. We were mindful to recognize that as much as sometimes it's more convenient for someone to go to somewhere maybe closer to their house if they live in Gresham or Seaside, but recognizing that we do have quite a lot of opportunities already within our district to do first aid somewhere pretty often. I mean, there's 2 or 3 options, I feel like just about every month, if not more. So that was something very intentional that we did to make sure it stays within our district and things we already have. So we don't have to worry about people doing online ones that don't fully have you practice the CPR, or sign up for one that's like a $200 class when we can do it for a lot cheaper within our district.
All right, I think then, in absence of any other questions at this time, we are ready to, or do you have anything else to present at this moment, or we can present?
Not at this
response on
moment,
12?
no, we do not.
Okay. And we will bring forward a response on Article 12.
I think we got it this time.
Thank you.
I'll see you just a bit.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right, does everybody have a copy? So I'll dive in with Article 12. At the beginning, you'll notice that we did not accept the proposal to move it to 4 days, maintaining the current language of 3 PTO days, really reflecting on the fact that there are fewer workdays in the course of the year for our classified staff, including more holidays. We feel that between the holidays and the fewer workdays, there are opportunities already within the employee calendars for personal business, and so maintaining the 3 PTO days as in the current contract is our priority there. Going down to A, we initially proposed striking the extension of PTO. We heard what you shared in our last session on this topic, specifically around, what if one individual had the opportunity to benefit from this? So we moved back and we heard you, and we are keeping the extension of PTO in the contract. We did make some clerical changes to include FMLA, OFLA, and PFMLI that you'll see reflected there to be reflective of our current landscape, and accepted the numbering changes that you had proposed as well, really to provide some greater structure and clarity for that article. But everything else that you see there is really just kind of some changes for clarity's sake around in section A of that article. And then on the back side, I don't believe there are any changes there that are outside of the clarity changes that we've already agreed to.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions at this time.
Can I just add that I see there's a formatting error. The team did add FMLA and PFMLI in section A1, but it's not underlined and it should be.
Okay, thank you. All right, we take some time to caucus and we'll check in maybe at 11 and figure out.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This time they really stuck to me.
Thank you.
I didn't think this article could get
I
any
need
bigger.
the extra 10 steps. I need the extra 10 steps.
EJ, you did a good job, that was the director, you get tested down.
Rule following. I like to live on the edge. That's right. Yeah. I know I have expired tags and I had to get a police officer for this car. When they were tightening, so I was like, yeah, so you're just gonna overlook my expired tags. Yeah, yeah, got it, good. So, they're very expired.
Hi, so we are coming back with substantive changes to Article 8. We have had a lot of feedback on this from a lot of different lived experience on our board and with classified employees throughout the district. Somebody else want to speak to B?
I can jump in here. Just provide some context, while others might want to prepare some other thoughts here. But we definitely appreciate, understand, the efforts on the part of the district to kind of simplify the language for 8 because it's a very dense and long article. But we also felt like with that simplification, a lot of the language that actually protects a lot of classifieds were kind of lost or missing. So we wanted to re-include and also further define some things as well, which is why we really kind of lengthened the reclassification section and actually moved that a little bit further down. If anyone else also wants to speak to those, yeah.
I should have something to say to B.
Yeah.
C, step placement, that second paragraph is struck because of the new E, which specifically, I think much more clearly goes over the position review committee, the newly created positions, and reclassification. You had some similar changes in yours. We had already started to work on this, so rather than go off of yours, we created a document with 3 columns that compared the original, our proposals, and your proposals. Adopting yours where we felt it was appropriate, and staying with ours, so you'll see a mix of that. There have been a lot of changes, clarification around Section G, workplace closure, formerly due to inclement weather or natural disaster, which are just two of the emergencies that we face that may close our buildings. Talking about the essential crew, which my understanding it had been standard practice until recently, calling this out in the contract with a clear expectation for supervisors and employees of what that looks like, how that is paid out. Please.
And with the piece about the workplace closures due to emergency, we as a team also have some things that we believe, some other pieces that would go along with this, but we didn't feel were appropriate for the contract, more pieces that we have to work with labor management, especially with custodial maintenance and our NS department. But we felt they were much, that go along with this added language, but again, we felt like it wasn't appropriate for the contract. But we do have other layers of pieces of problem solving that are connected to this contract language as well. That at any point, if we want a sidebar to discuss those as a separate labor management issue to see the full picture, we're happy to do so.
Going on to H, normal work, I, overtime pay, comp time, flex time. This is one of the provisions that is most misunderstood by both staff and supervisors, that it is least consistently applied across programs or departments and buildings in the district. So trying again to include some definitions, to clarify the intent, and hopefully avoid some of that misunderstanding that has led to conflict and frustration in the past. The other really big piece is on the last page, other duties as assigned, which, and providing medical care. We mentioned that this morning. Many folks in the building are required to do things that are at the direction of the nurse, if they are or could be considered medical care, then there need to be clear expectations and policies around that. And finally, R, classified staff working in a stipended role as outlined in the certified contract shall be paid the stipends equivalent to a certified staff working in the same capacity, which has just been a glaring inequity between our contracts in the past, and this intends to rectify that.
I think you did great. Thank you. I do want to note in the callback chart, we did appreciate you guys drawing that out. We just added some pieces and then a misstep just in our editing process. The last box should say unscheduled closures and emergency closures, just like the piece that we added earlier in G. So that was just an error. I meant to, where it's underlined and says inclement weather, natural disasters. Should just say the emergency closures. Well, we recognize this is a hefty one, so that's why we figured we would make sure to get this to you guys before lunch, so you'd have some time to really dive in. I know we've talked before about wanting to break this apart, similar to what Vanu mentioned, or we've mentioned before, this is already was a big document, and we definitely ended up making it bigger, but we really do believe the clarity that we added into this, especially around comp and flex time, is crucial. I know it's something that many of us can say, you mean our table alone, we've spent countless hours in the last 6 months with different ideas or a different process in one building to another building, even from a para two role at one elementary school to a para two at another elementary school, just the ideas of even understanding how it works or what it is or when it's to be used. And we really think it could hopefully cause help with some clarity and really clear communication between supervisors and employees. I mean, I know if Lori Crum could attest to this, in our in-service last year for paras, room of almost 500 of us, that the cell phone policy and the in-service day, the time to be saved for contracts was the longest part of the day. Everyone was in an uproar, everyone was confused, people were crying, people were yelling. It's just a very confusing process. And I think so many of us are just used to the system and know how it works, but once we start naming it, it's not being utilized correctly.
I would add, even in my building where our staff and administrators have an agreed understanding of what it means and how to do it, each year with our new staff, they struggle to understand it. They come to me over and over again. I read the contract, it doesn't really explain it. My admin said this, but I don't really know what that means. So the clarity is definitely necessary.
Thank you. There's definitely a lot in this one, so I'm sure, as with the previous one, we will likely come back with additional questions. Team, feel free to ask questions as they may occur to us now. I do have one to start us off under what is G. The superintendent, the essential crew list shall be designated by September 30th. Is the vision for that, is that list a list of positions or individuals?
The goal is that some of the work we did, separate than we believe for the contract, is kind of drawing out that, calling out the roles, like we would already know when the year starts, which roles are probably going to be essential in an inclement weather or emergency situation. So maybe we know we need 10 foremen guaranteed to be able to come to work, 2 HVAC crews, 2, I don't know, wherever the list may be, 3 electricians. And then the idea would be by September 30th that we would have a list so people were aware that they were that name to be, that BJ, Dom, and Stephanie were the 3 electricians set to be the essential. So they would know, thinking that, coming October is when we could start. I mean, emergencies happen all the time, but thinking of any kind of weather emergency, things like that, buildings breaking down, things like that, over the holidays, cold weather, all those things, just realizing that September would be a good time to know you're on that list, to be prepared, give your family time to plan.
Okay, so it could, in theory, look like all custodial foremen and then maybe a subset, like we need 2 electricians and we'll identify who those 2 are if
Yes,
it's less.
and making sure people know
100%.
that they are considered to be on the essential list, so they know beforehand, and not the week of, once we all start seeing snow in the forecast, and then having a supervisor be like, oh, well, I've decided, Dawn, BJ, and Stephanie are now essential in 3 days. It's being able to plan ahead and be prepared to know that you're on the essential work list. And to be able to work with your supervisor, or whether that works or not, or what needs to be accommodated.
One other thing, if I could ask BJ to go ahead and speak of past practice in setting up an essential crew.
Past practice, since I've been here, was maintenance would just have a volunteer list and people would volunteer. But last year we didn't get a volunteer list, so that's what was implemented, was we were deemed essential, everyone. So we're trying to get clarity on that.
Thank you.
You gotta talk louder, Beach. I couldn't hear you.
I have a question at the very beginning where there's an addition of the association being provided the calendar. And typically the school calendar, the academic calendar is determined, and then based on that, the work year calendars are set. So just wondering about whether this is intended to say the academic calendar will be provided within 14 days of being established, and the work calendars will be provided within 14 days of being established separately, or if this is proposing that the contracts say that the work calendars also would be provided at the same time within 14 days of the academic calendar being adopted.
I think our bigger push is more the working calendar for the year. For our staff, it just, because of the last few years, we've made major changes to positions without giving adequate time for the people to prepare. The biggest one I would say is our OAs in the office in the last 3 years have had extreme days added to change their summer break, causing lots of people to lose out on a lot of money and time with family traveling across the world because increases of 12 and 14 days were added to their calendar, and then they were not notified until May or June. And then that, obviously, if you already have plans, this whole life set up for July or August childcare. And then the same with the campus supervisors last year. We were still in review of some position changes, so it's just more calling out that when we are making major changes to job calendars, working calendars, that we are notifying 14 days from the decision being made.
Thank you.
It does actually say including the work calendars for all classifications.
Right, at the same time and not separately. Yeah, thank you.
I had a question on two places. The same change, and I just want to make sure that there's not something substantive that I'm missing. If you look in B, exempt employees' work expectations, so in the first paragraph there, instead of saying they'll be paid their per diem, it says a stipend equal to their hourly rate of pay. And then that same change is mirrored when you go to the essential crew. And if essential crew lists, so essential crew required to report during an emergency closure shall be paid a stipend equal to their hourly rate. Was there something that you guys were getting at or wanting to, instead of just saying they'll be paid for hours worked, like, was there something specific that I'm missing there as to the importance of paid a stipend instead?
I think that was just due to the fact that exempt employees haven't been paid for those additional times. If it works more clearly of just saying paid double time or paid for the additional hours that they're working, we're all for that. It's just in the past they haven't, and
Gotcha.
It has definitely some inequities, basically, especially during the emergency closures, where you have people standing right next to others getting paid double time and single. It's really kind of a.
How would it help me understand? I'm not understanding. How would that scenario come up on the? You said on a closure situation, you'd have some people getting paid double, and then some people getting paid just a regular rate.
Yes. So in my department, in maintenance, we have quite a few exempt classified employees. They're expected to be there in a workplace closure. When we had the flooding at base a couple of years ago and everything that happened up at West TV, we had our program specialist 3 that is over asbestos and that had to be at all those different sites, and you also had custodial foremen, and you had maintenance foremen, and all the others that were there, and they were all getting compensated for coming out where everyone else was at home, snug as a bug, because of the weather and everything, and they did not get anything whatsoever. Same thing happens to them if they're called in due to an emergency situation on a holiday.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question about under the comp time section, 3B, just there, it looks like there's added language saying that you can't accrue or exceed 80 hours of actual time without administrator approval. I'm just wondering if the intent with that is to add the sort of possibility that you would work with an admin and you could exceed the 80 hours, or what the thought is with adding the verbiage without administrator approval. So it's 3B, and it talks about comp time balances not being able to exceed 80 hours, which is,
Even with the microphone, you gotta talk louder. I'm just really struggling to hear you.
in 3B, comp time, can you hear me now? Okay. It talks about comp time balances may not exceed 80 hours of actual time worked without administrator approval. So it looks like you're adding the verbiage without administrator approval. Just wondering if the thought with that is just to give the ability to actually exceed the 80 hours as long as it's worked out between the employee and the supervisor. Okay.
Yes, the last contract that we bargained, some of the admin and everything weren't aware of how much overtime had been accrued in their buildings and so forth. And so when the direct 80-hour payout came about, the admin took it back, and when they found out that how much overtime had been accrued and so forth, to better mitigate that, that's where the language came in. And just putting in that, like, between the associate and the supervisor, that if they deem it necessary, then there are those one-offs where things can be approved.
Okay, thanks.
That also was to help with, like, an example is like our MLD staff and making sure that in the reality of that they spread out their extra evening activities or needing to support in IEPs, translations for important meetings. But you sometimes have students who, I mean, every 3 to 4 seclusions or restraints, it's another meeting. Everyone has to meet. So then sometimes maybe a bilingual facilitator is really racking up hours. And so the idea, they really try, like say in MLD, to keep it under 80, and sometimes for certain cases, it's easier to have the same translator with the family, especially with maybe some of our special needs students and their families' understanding of some of the big medical terms and phrases and school things. So just having the idea that with a supervisor approval that we wouldn't have to impede on a family's comfortability by bringing in new translators constantly because of our 80-hour requirement. If we recognize for this family, they really like it when Carrie's the one translating because she's the one that's been with them for 3 years. Kind of one of those situations to help just keep that equity piece all the way around for our employees as well as for our families.
I have a question under reclassification E1, E1C, specifically open session for staff interest in completing position review packet, HR and OSEA. Can you just share a little bit more about what is intended by open session?
You went too fast for me. I was still finding reclassification and you were.
No worries. E1C, position review committee. It says open session for staff. Just a little bit more.
I believe our intent, this was language actually that grandfathered in from Teresa. This was similar to the idea of what we did this year where we had those open sessions where people could come in and ask to understand the position review process, ask for support. I know we have the document, but it still tends to leave people confused. So I think the interest was keeping those sessions available to ask, logistics, thinking about back when we were supporting our LMAs through that process, the reality that they all worked at different buildings, so like finding one administrator to put their name on it, right, caused kind of a bump in the road because it was all of our school LMAs that were working together to sign their name on this piece to move, to change to reclass. But no one admin wanted to be the one sole admin to be responsible for it, for all of it, right? And so I think those sessions are really helpful. Or to know, I know some people in this last round, when we did those open sessions, were able to come together as OA, maybe here at DAO, found out that NOA is trying to make the same change over at Springville, so they were able to work together and collaborate, and then that made their application stronger. So I think the idea is just to keep that growth and that conversation around questions to make it more accessible for all the staff to understand the process.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question back on the exempt employees. Sorry, I know we're kind of skipping around here. In the very first paragraph, there was a change from for all agreed upon additional hours worked, the current language for any additional days worked. It's just wondering if there was any intent behind that, because it still says additional hours worked beyond the start or the end of their work calendar. So I just was curious if there was anything that changed from hours. Are we still talking about scenarios where time is added to what was originally set as their work calendar? Whether it's expressed in hours or days.
I didn't actually write that part, but yes, I believe it was supposed to be hours because sometimes it is just a couple of hours here and there instead of adding on to the days, especially if you're a 260, you're not going to have a day added on unless it was a holiday per se.
Okay. But it's still confined within beyond the start or end of their work calendar. Right?
Well, that first sentence, sorry, this is Teresa, so I'm struggling just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
The first sentence is of fewer than 260 days.
Got it.
So I think that first paragraph encompasses those that are exempt employees with lower than 260 days.
Okay. And so for those folks, there might be occasion where work gets added on that wasn't accounted for in the original work calendar. Additional days get added on, right? Okay.
I will note from third paragraph where it starts with exempt employees shall personally track, that section all the way until the end of that section B is from past practice. That was just in November changed, and we had a large amount of exempt employees that had been used to this practice, had been following this practice for over a decade, and then, like I said, it was just wiped out in November, and there were a lot of upset people about that.
Got it.
I have a question on F, change in position, the new language around paid at least 5% higher than employee's current salary. As I just want to check my understanding of it. I read it as if a position is added outside of their existing position, that the intent of that is that they would receive pay of at least 5% higher than their current salary. Is the vision for that as well? The specific I'm thinking about is a crossing guard is something that is often added, that they would maintain their current salary plus 5% for their crossing guard, as an example.
The language with a higher top salary was added to be consistent with the district's observation that there are no promotions. So defining that, I'm switching roles. This role has a higher top salary than my current role. I want to make sure that when I'm doing that, I'm not losing pay. That if I'm going into a new role that has a higher top salary, I'm making at least 5% more. When we worked through the reclass last spring, there were a couple of classifications where if you move up a step, you actually move down in salary. So we had to be very careful about what we were asking for. So we weren't asking to go up with the result of a pay loss. It's that kind of thing that we're paying attention to here. And also that if I move into a new role at my same step, that I'm not losing money just because I switched roles, that my experience in my current position that qualifies me for the new position should be considered in placement. So if that means that I have to move to a different step so that I'm not taking a pay decrease by moving into a higher paying role.
Okay.
Your face tells me I didn't make that clear.
Well, I did, you did, but my question is still, like, the position added, so I'll go back to the crossing guard. So if you're, say, a program specialist 3 at the high end of the salary scale, with the expectation as a crossing guard that you're making 5% your current program specialist 3 pay or the crossing guard pay?
It's the crossing guard pay, because the crossing guard pay doesn't have a higher top salary.
Okay, so it's only applicable when there's a higher top salary. Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's certainly helpful. This is less of a question, just as an observation. I mean, there were a lot of contracts that did have like a minimum increase if you moved into a new position. I think the challenge we run into now is if the number of years of experience and relevant educational training dictate a certain placement, then we have pay equity problems if we pay an artificially higher pay rate because somebody else currently existing in that position at that step and experience level is going to be getting paid less potentially. So that would be the concern. Is that making sense? Like if you should be a step 4 in the new position and Kirsty's also a step 4 and you're both making X dollars an hour, but because of this language, you're making X plus a couple of percent, then we get out of whack with pay equity because you guys have the same experience and level of training, but one of you is making more than the other. So I think that's why we went away from or just relied on number of years of experience and relevant education training instead of the minimum blank percent, just because of those types of problems. So just an observation more than anything.
Other questions, team? I think we'll need some time to digest this, and speaking of digesting, we're almost to lunchtime, so maybe we break and pause for lunch and check in 1 o'clock to see where we're at. All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Should we plug in our mics? Probably.
Thought I had to be here at 8:30 this morning.
When I just was
I was doing great on time.
I'm 16. It was a big deal cracking down on all the kids
Has
that
it
could
always
be
been
bringing
8 and I'm just
football
out of
games.
it?
But they're on the crowd like
Are
they
we always
usually
here
do.
at 8?
So kids were having to bring like rock climbing chalk. Just throw something in the air because they kept getting in trouble.
8 to 4.
But they didn't, most of the time they were doing exhibits, but everyone sells them, they're at football games.
Jury duty schedules 8:30 to 6:30.
Chris is printing, so.
Yes.
Should I tell the story?
Say, this is where Andrew doesn't like uncomfortable silence.
I know. Well, the last time I think you called me out for saying one, I didn't have a good one queued up. So then the next time I was like, okay, remember. And I couldn't. I was getting the impression he thought I was a lot older than I was. I think I was 26 at the time. I said, well, how old do you think I am? And he goes, 43? And I was like, 43? And then he goes, 44? And then I realized, like, for that age, I think between 18 and like 70, it's all just kind of one jumbled mess. Yeah.
I had someone think I was 35 when I was 17. And then I had somebody think I was like 16 when I was 30. So it's all crazy.
I went with my cousin to a grocery store once, and the lady, and she was 27 and had her baby daughter with her. And the lady at the checkout said, "Oh, is this your granddaughter?" And my cousin was so offended. What?
It's okay. People used to think I was my dad's girlfriend. Not me. That was awkward. Just not me. Very much so. It's like, no, that's disgusting. What's wrong with you people?
I used to get really frustrated when I was younger. My little brother and I are 18 years apart. And we'd be out with my little brother, he's 6 or 7. And I'd be out with my dad and my little brother at Chuck E. Cheese, and everyone was thinking that I was married to my dad. It was very uncomfortable. Especially my brother and I, for being half siblings, different moms, look very, very much alike. We both have hard dads. This is weird.
Right? Now, when you were there, when you were feeling frustrated, did you see Curtis's picture up on the wall as a former employee?
No. He was very often out in Sparks, Nevada, but working at
I do have an ukulele with plaque from Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, they never
It was all downhill from there.
Personally, the 6 kids in my family are spread out over 22 years, so we absolutely haven't had the same experience.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm like
It's
24 years old. No, I don't have. No, that's like you. No.
Where's Sparks? Is that in
Reno.
Okay.
It's a suburb of Reno, Nevada.
Okay.
About 45 minutes from Tahoe.
Okay. I was gonna say it sounds familiar. My brother lives in Mammoth, so we go through there on the way down.
No, it's about a 9-hour drive. 10 probably. You do it more safely.
You just want to get there.
But especially it goes back pretty way through Klamath Falls. It's pretty in that long stretch of highway you just don't even realize. And you're like, whoa!
And it's all 2-lane highway over
So
there.
it's like one place I got pulled over. Didn't get a ticket though.
Because he overlooked your tabs.
Nope. I just smiled. I said, I'm so sorry. I've never driven in California on my own before.
You ever vote? Did you get your ballots in? Do it tomorrow. You can. Post stamped. Hi. My weekend student, I've been taking about canvassing with us on Sundays. He's been doing a great job. He's 20 on the autism spectrum. And yesterday we took his mom and his brother's ballot and took it to the voting box. And this morning his dad texted me, "My goodness, why is he bothering me so much to vote? He keeps telling me the vote's due," because I wrote it on his calendar with him. He's like, "He won't leave me alone." And we're like, "Well, Dad, you should be voting. Come on, get it together." I guess he's been just following him around since 6 a.m. "Dad, Papa, vote due, Papa, vote due." Keep bringing him a pen. While I was in the shower, he brought him his voter's pamphlet in the bathroom, apparently. Yes, we created a perfect monster.
It's good because people sometimes are apathetic in non-November elections.
Yes. I'm so happy it's sunny. I didn't think it was gonna be sunny today.
Yeah, it's nice out there now.
I know my car's gonna get warm.
Track practice after
I
this.
wonder what the people watching the live stream are thinking right
Are you
now.
gonna try?
They can't hear us.
My daughter keeps asking, "What's it gonna be like at the coast this weekend?" I'm like, "Why do you care?" "Oh, wait, you're going to outdoor school out there, that's right."
Thank you.
Did I miss any fun stories?
Yes. Yeah.
Part of the experience, cold and muddy.
Same. Yeah. Just like her stuff here. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
You are welcome.
All right. Us. Is it us?
We're ready, yeah.
Okay.
Take one and pass it down.
Yeah, you followed directions to your last time.
Oh, hey, pass it up.
I know, did you follow directions to your last time?
Trying to give everybody else a chance.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Oh, look at this, I didn't see that one there. Not funny. This was so fun. So funny. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Article 1, we owed you all a counter and we accepted everything that was in your proposal to us this last time. So we're ready to TA.
Yay. Alright, we thought it was a good day for it.
I was gonna say, I gave you the white one.
I remember it.
Great.
Sorry, BJ, you're short.
But we did do one thing different.
We also accepted your language on number 2 with one addition on G7. The last sentence, you had included this provision shall not apply to union activities covered under section F5 of this article. We have included or district-led committees, including but not limited to position review, district benefits committee, and similar bodies, being the only change between your version 2 and this one.
The rest of it is just same as we presented, you said. Cool, thank you.
Thank you. This looks great. I think we could TA this version as is. Good day for 2 TAs.
That's what we have for right now, and then we have some more work to do. We might be able to get something back out today, but not 100% sure. Well, wanted to check in with you guys first.
Sounds great. I think we might be in a position with 19. I'm looking at Carrie. Okay. We ready to print that one?
Yes, we need to put a time on it.
Okay.
Yes.
We could be probably about 5 minutes for 19.
Okay, more fun stories while Chris is gone.
The other thing that we've been working on the health and safety article, and we've already TA'd Article 14, but we were thinking that might be the place to have this go. It's related content, and it's like, that article is one sentence. So even though we had already TA'd it, we were wondering if maybe we could we could mutually agree to reopen a TA'd article, and that would be where we would see putting in the health and safety article.
Gotcha, okay.
You can take a look at what's there right now. I don't know if anybody on our team remembers. It's
Yeah, no.
physical exhibit.
Yeah, no, I know which one it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to chat with my team and then to confirm and then.
Yeah,
we'll let you know.
you have that conversation. It doesn't impact our preparation of a response. It just seemed like a good place to put it because a one or two sentence article already felt like a little bit.
Yeah, I hear that.
So,
When you have a one sentence article and then a 6,000 page long article.
yeah.
We get it. Thank you.
It's a good idea.
As a team, we would like we are okay with opening up Article 14 to put the health and safety. We would propose that we change the name of the article, maybe just safety, health and safety. And then in agreeing to reopen though, we would still want the language that we already TA'd on to stay the same other than the title of the article.
Agreed, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
we're gonna hand out Article 19, hopefully to keep the TA momentum going. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got one. These are Susan's.
Susan, okay, 'cause- yes, we're packing for Susan on both sides, so.
Oh, okay. We just really want her to
We
have
really want
copies.
it covered.
All right, for 19, I think we talked about this one as really no significant changes. What you see here is just some capitalization changes, but no change to the content of it. So just really bringing this one forward to mark it down as done if that's our mutual agreement.
Stick a fork in it.
What's that?
Stick a fork in it.
That's right.
Caucus or was it? Well, I need visual from the three at the end of the table, not the one.
No, I'm sorry, I said don't shake my head down.
I can't hear you.
I was still reading.
Yes, please.
I'm good.
Thank you. What did Stephanie say? I can't hear her.
She said she's good.
All right, we're good.
All right.
And whoever it is that cares about capitalization, thank you. The contract is for
Perfect.
it.
Right one. Thank you.
May or may not be Carrie, I don't know who caught this.
All right, that's all we have at this time. Shall we check back in and
Yeah, check in at 3 o'clock.
sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Did everyone distribute?
We have extras for lots of years.
I know, but no, you work in there, might as well.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, everyone. Hello. So we have articles in front of you, 24 and 25. So I believe the only major changes we have is that we are proposing for a financial reopener to start in the fall of 2026 in preparation for the 27-28 year. We hear the idea of the district in the reality of deficit spending. We heard you. We understand that there's a lot of things up in the air right now, especially in public education. We don't know what will change in the federal government. We understand the idea of, we can't keep asking for more things and then, overspending the deficit before we know what we have. But we have hopes that, in 2 more years and a new biennium through the state, that we might see hopefully something different. Maybe we've kind of gotten through some of the first few years of bumps. We'll know what it really looks like. I know I've talked very clearly and openly with Dr. Balderas about the reality of possible cuts next year, kind of where the budget will look. We're hopeful that we would be willing to meet again at the table in 2 years, just in the financial piece, and the idea of being able to collaborate again and really see where the genuine money is and the funding and what it looks like. And we feel very confident that our staff have agreed with us. We did a survey in the last few weeks since we received this. Had over 300 members initially respond, and we've now had more. And they're all pretty adamant that there was no way they were going to ratify what was offered in year 3, but once we had multiple meetings and talked to them, we were in agreement that we felt coming back to the table for that 3rd year would be the best interest of both the district and the association. I will add that our members that were as well with us did appreciate the next 2 years and matching with BEA as well. That was something that members were very excited about, and then believed that a year 3 opener would just be beneficial for everyone to see what life looks like instead of preemptively guessing.
Thank you. We appreciate you bringing this back and that we were able to have some time to take a look at it while we're still in the month of May. So I know this is a big topic. So really appreciate your time and thoughtfulness, and we will go back to our group and have a discussion. Susan?
Well, I'm assuming that's the only change, or are there any other? Okay, thank you. I thought you would have spoken to it if there were.
I would have, but now I'm going to just double check to make sure that I didn't fib to you. But I believe, other than this, yes, these are, we accepted, those are the only things that we changed. We accepted all the other language from you guys.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the case for 24 and 25?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, appreciate your time. We'll gather together as a group and text in a little bit. All right. Thank you.
Tally.
I can be very suggestive about cookies. I won't even need it.
Oh.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Chris is printing, so Andrew?
No. Sorry, no, not me, somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, we can, I'll give an overview, and then when Chris arrives, we can see it in paper. You would rather? Sure.
It's so, yeah, it's so small.
Okay.
Gotcha. You will get that.
Got it.
Raleigh Park. Just the same, everyone gets Raleigh Park and Raleigh Hills
All the
confused.
time.
No, they're very different schools. I'm not about my Raleigh Park like that.
We had a son show up the other day for Raleigh Hills. And then as she was walking out the door, I said, wait, don't drive to Raleigh Hills, you gotta drive to Greenway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and by the way, can you imagine how you not told us you just pulled up to a big skeleton building?
We've had it happen. We've had subs get mixed up and they're thinking they're supposed to come to us and they get mixed up and they go to Raleigh Hills, but it's just a construction site.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You know, if she'd gotten there, she would've been like, 0 for 2, I'm heading home.
Yeah, right.
School does not exist.
Do over. Yeah, we get mail from them all the time too.
Well, probably especially now, because the male people are probably just like, I don't know where they are. I'm gonna take it to the other one and just play silly.
Scholastic delivered books to us for our book fairs, books to the teachers, all kinds of mail for years and years and years until they needed to send us a check. And then suddenly they had the wrong address and it took 8 months to get their check. Mind you say, of course, like that's a
We deal with that all the time.
strategy.
We deal with that all the time.
All those extra months.
Slow pay.
That's what I do.
Yay.
You all look so serious.
No fun stories.
Oh.
Sorry. Welcome back, Chris.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. I didn't even know you were there. There's still boundaries.
Thank you.
We don't have those.
Justices and SUNY chefs.
Okay, Steve Brian wants to. Yep. Okay, Andrew. I made him take the whole file.
Thanks.
I gave you the whole file and no staples to make it easier.
All right, does everybody have a 24 and 25? All right, then I will start with 24. First off, really appreciate your team coming back with this today. We share the collective urgency in getting these at least clarified during open enrollment, so really appreciate your team in bringing this response today. We want to make sure that we return that in a very timely manner. So what you'll see in Article 24 is everything is the same as what you responded with the exception of the 25-26 insurance rate change will be effective the month following full ratification and school board approval of this agreement. This is in alignment with the language we use with BEA and our agreements with them, and also in alignment with what was stated in our last session when we presented that we, due to the complexities that we experienced with retro for insurance last time, we're not interested in doing retro for insurance. So otherwise, everything is as you return to us, again, with the exception of waiting on full ratification and school board approval. And our team is definitely committed to the urgency of continuing a good pace to get to that point as soon as possible. And then as ARA Package 25 is also here, in both of these, we are accepting the financial reopener for the 27-28 year. So accepting that language, committing to the next 2 years as our direction moving forward. So any questions?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm gonna take my team real quick and just go caucus. Just to confirm really quick before we ask anything else, but we won't be gone long, I promise.
All right, we'll hang out.
Okay.
Thank you.
chicken macaroni just as fine.
They do, they're twins.
Scared me to death, I didn't even do it that time.
All right, thank you. We had a nice, quick little chat, and we would like to say thank you for coming back so quickly, and we are ready to TA and move forward, so our members and everyone can move forward with these last 12 days of making their best decisions for their health insurance. And we hear you, and we feel like we heard you from last time about not the retro, and we understand the headache it was for our hardworking staff and payroll. But we are happy to move forward with the TA.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Way to break the streak of me always feeling smarter after I hang out with you.
Awesome.
Look at us go, 5 in one day.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
Good day for TA.
Have you been saving that one? That little rhyme?
Yeah, you know what? It came in handy today. It's embarrassing that it took this long to think of it, but.
You were just sitting for just the right moment,
That's
that's all.
right. All right, team. Well, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Look at that timing, right at 4 o'clock. So, appreciate everyone, and we
Appreciate
are
you
back
guys.
here for our next session, I believe, right, Chris?
On June 2nd?
Yes, June 2nd will be here.
Awesome. And then just to confirm, June 2nd here, June 18th at Tumwater, June 30th back here or at DSC? Tumwater again? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Have a good afternoon.